checkpoint. Ah, there we go. Okay. Great. Good morning, everybody. So this morning we have Google and Apple putting the market on its back and gapping up to the high side. Google getting some really impressive news uh, regarding not being split up. Antitrust regulation laws are easing for Google, so investors no longer have to worry about that. Obviously, there's a bit of a partnership continuation for Apple and Google. Let me just turn my music down. So there's a bit of a partnership continuation for Apple and Google. Google having to pay Apple, what was it, 20 billion due to all of the searches that happen on Apple devices. So that's obviously helping Apple as well in the pre-market, gapping up to the high side. Google's outperforming Apple, but nevertheless, Apple's chart, I think, is a little less extended. It's had more consolidation and it looks like it can run. So that being said, I'm actually looking at fading Google this morning. I'm just calculating a level, just trying to firm up some key technical levels. That's my big trade. I haven't even really looked at anything else, to be honest, but I do love when mega caps make these big moves because this is probably going to be a swing short level as well as a day trade scalp short level. So definitely watching Google, and I'm hoping that it stays firm as the market progresses here because I'd love to fade this. Absolutely love to fade it. All right, so Google's definitely on watch. Let's look at Apple this morning. Apple to Apple also gapping up to the high side. But like I said, this chart has a little bit more room to run due to the fact that it's had a nice little consolidation. There's arguably a little weird inverse head and shoulders pattern on Apple's chart that it's breaking out of on the high side today with a gap up. So I think that Apple's probably heading to 244 in the short term. Getting an alert on gold. Gold squeezing to the upside here. Hitting my resistance level. And so gold is flying to the high side right now. Yet again, another new all-time high, 35.50. Tagging that longer term resistance trend line that I have on watch. So gold's definitely had a stunning move to the upside. Really big move to the upside. So I have a couple different retailers that reported earnings. You're looking at Macy's pushing to the high side today. Macy's reporting earnings and gapping up. Earnings beat on both the top and bottom line. Nice little extra 400 million in revenue. and really crushing the EPS estimate. That's definitely a positive sign for Macy's in the near term. Macy's, there is a shortable level, and there's also a long level. You can see Macy's is trying to break out of this downsloping trend line, so I think that that's going to be your retrace potential buy level. A little bit of resistance zone over here. This is the area I'm looking to fade Macy's into. These previous little pivots here. Right through a major gap zone. Right through a high pivot consolidation. So that's probably the area to fade Macy's. Let's see what else we got. Let's throw in some moving averages. Yeah, so you're busting through all the daily chart key moving averages for Macy's. Let's go to your 3 days. Nothing on the 3-day chart. Let's go to your weekly. Yeah, you're hitting your weekly 1-year moving average there. So that's a definitely some key resistance for sure. Into a weekly ATR. Keep Macy's on watch. That is a fading opportunity as well. Definitely a fading opportunity for Macy's. Let's see what else is moving here. X-ray. Just there. Nothing for me to do there. Plug power, catching a little bit of a bid. Let's see that name. Plug is up a few percent there. Western Digital, any laggers in the market? BRKR, Dollar Tree seeing some sell side pressure on the back of earnings. So DLTR not doing too well here. The long level for this one is a pierce of $100. So DLTR, pierce of $100 gets very interesting. We'll keep that on watch. That's definitely looking like an area where we can potentially get a bounce right off that EMA previous little consolidation zone. That's just at first glance. We'll see how that one wants to shape up. Just see where is the volume sitting? Yeah, that's a nasty breakdown on DLTR. Yeah, you have value area low. It appears to that $100 level, pierce that EMA, so it's not a bad area. Weekly chart support. But yeah, I do like that daily chart area, DLTR. That could easily get there. We'll keep that on watch for sure. TOST seeing some sell side pressure this morning. Same thing with Ross Stores. So a few retailers are under a little bit of pressure. TOST looks like a head and shoulders. I would have to minimum wait for that daily 200. That would be a sweep of this high. Yeah, pierce your daily 200 on TOST looks interesting. That one probably is going to get faded some more off of the open. Ross Stores under a little bit of pressure as well. ROST. Nothing really to do there though. All right, let's see what else we got going. So Google's still holding up quite well. Robinhood. So you have small caps under a little bit of pressure this morning. Let's clean up this chart for a minute. We don't need that on. So remember, I said that there's probably a bit more continuation downside in the Russell. And the Russell is under a bit of pressure right now. The bear target on the Russell was never fulfilled. And right now we are seeing it gapping down just ever so slightly. Whereas the S&P and Qs are absolutely ripping. So S&P a nice gap up this morning. S&P did fulfill my upside target in the pre-market. And how did I get that upside target? Simply, it's an intraday pattern, this inverse head and shoulders. But the QQQ is obviously much stronger this morning with your two mega caps, Apple and Google, ripping to the high side. So if we look at the upside measured move of this QQQ move, let's just roughly see. So yeah, you can see we're trading right into that area right now. So Qs are strong because of Apple and Google. But nice move on those names. Semiconductors, seeing a little bit of liquidity with the strength Qs, but really this is an isolated move to Google and Apple. Very isolated. I mean, you look at NVIDIA is slightly green, testing that 171 level again. We do have some NVIDIA calls, runners from yesterday, which, again, we already took some nice chunk of profit off of that name. But it is an isolated move. You know, you're not really getting as much performance. Microsoft is actually negative in the pre-market. Meta, slightly green in the pre-market. Doing too well. That's getting a little bit of a bid from the communication sector. Tesla's actually doing quite well. 1.74% to the high side. That's a really, really good move for Tesla. So it's a mixed basket. Amazon's fairly muted today. But really it's your Google and your Apple that are just pumping this market up. Strategic partnership. A little bit of antitrust fear getting wiped away of Google not having to split the company up, and then obviously Apple getting a whole bunch of revenue from Google in the amount of 20 billion for searches that happen on Apple iPhone devices. So again, that does show the continuation, but again, Google's my top opportunity this morning. Definitely is my top fade opportunity, and Macy's. I do like Macy's for a fade. Into the $15.90 to $16 zone. So I want to let it sweep these two pivot highs, and then I will look to fade Macy's. There is some weekly chart resistance that Macy's is getting through right now. It's your weekly one-year moving average, but I think it can push through that area just a little bit more. Let's look at commodity land. So WTI crude under pressure this morning, down 1.52%. That's additional fuel to the fire, no pun intended, for the market. Crude week helps really a lot of aspects of the stock market. Natural gas this morning is absolutely flying to the high side. The only thing that I wish, the only regret I have is that I didn't buy nat gas off that dip yesterday. But look at that, up 4.28% today. What a monster. And there might be a fade opportunity on nat gas today with this move. I would look to fade it a short scalp around 327 or higher. Okay, so nat gas is absolutely moonshotting to the upside here. Looking at uranium seeing a little bit of a bid this morning. And then you go to your other commodities. Gold, new all-time highs, blasting through 35.55 like a champ. Hitting that monthly chart resistance trend line that I was looking at. So gold is definitely extended into a monthly chart resistance. Obviously, Resistance levels can be shattered by $10 to $20 on a long-term basis, but eventually I do think gold's going to see some sort of a distribution pattern and profit taking very, very extended up here in this region. But very, very good move for gold. Silver is also just, I got an alert on silver literally a minute ago. Silver is starting to hit my upside TP targets. Another one that is hitting massive long-term resistance, but this is a tougher one. I do have a short level, but it looks like silver wants to go for 44 bucks, call it. But again, there is a ton of resistance up here for silver that I think we just have to be mindful of. But if we extend that parallel channel on silver going all the way back to 2020, silver high pivot, really high probable short zone, puts us around 41.90, $42. I would consider shorting silver. I'm tempted over here to short silver because it is fulfilling an upside measured move. But I'm just going to play it a little bit safer because they can absolutely still squeeze silver a little bit more, especially when you factor in that gold to silver ratio. Right now, let's just do a quick mathematical calculation of the gold to silver ratio. So 35.55 divided by 41. So right now, the gold to silver ratio is still at a historical, well, it's not the historical high, but it's at a really high level compared to where it historically usually runs. So the gold to silver ratio, typically you're going to hear estimates, you know, on the aggressive side, we'll say the gold to silver ratio should be 12 to 13. But reality, the common gold to silver ratio is probably around 30. That is your more longer term ratio that I think is a fair assumption to make based off of a huge mega track record. So 30 gold to silver ratio is typically what you get. Right now we're trading at 86.7. So if you divide gold's price by silver's price, it roughly takes 86.7 ounces of silver to make up 1 ounce of gold. So that is still a very high number, the gold to silver ratio, which is telling me that silver is still a little bit more undervalued in comparison to gold. So that being said, perhaps we're going to get some softer price action in gold, or we're just going to have silver explode to the high side eventually. But usually that range gets compressed quite a bit. You know, even if silver was to make a move to about, say, $44 to $50, it would certainly compress that ratio a little bit. But silver, obviously, a stunning move to the upside. If we look at this inverse head and shoulders on silver here, let's just see what type of an upside target we get for silver here. Yeah, so you can see silver has actually got a little bit more upside left in the tank, just purely based off of this inverse head and shoulders that we recently created on the daily chart. But gold is flying, silver's flying. Absolutely impressive price action. Alright, so again, Google's my top watch on the short side today. I do like that trade. I'm just going to scroll through other charts here, see what is going on. But epic price action. Very strong. Come on, Google, stay firm up here. Stay firm. I want to short your ass. That is the play, I think, of the day. Shorting Google. What a rip, though. What a rip. It's amazing what news can do for a stock. Antitrust suit getting wiped away. Apple's still up 3.47%. Oh, I want Google to get back above that 230 zone. Please, Google. Oh, I'm going to go in with some serious size say on a short on Google. That's for sure. Alibaba under a little bit of pressure this morning. So China stock seeing a bit of distribution and rotation down. CRM is going to be an interesting one. CRM does have earnings today, guys. So Salesforce set to report earnings after the bell. Same thing with AEO. AEO also has earnings after the bell. This stock is again looking very bullish on the daily chart. Extremely bullish. UNH right now just taking a bit of a backseat breather, flat on really the tape, but looking like a daily chart bull flag is trying to break out. HIMS is seeing a nice move this morning. HIMS trying to bounce off of that daily 200 moving average. So kissing yesterday, getting a liquidity grab to the downside and bouncing quite nicely off of that area. Really, really good price action there. Ethereum trying to make a little bit of a push higher here, bouncing. Bitcoin also bouncing off of that backtest zone. EMA 113 trying to recapture some of the key moving averages. PLTR this morning is also green. So very, very impressive. I'm surprised nat gas equities are lagging so much this morning. You have names like EQT and AR that are kind of just flat on the tape, whereas nat gas is just ripping to the high side. It's truly amazing to see these nat gas equity stocks lagging the nat gas price action. I mean, nat gas is absolutely flying to the high side right now. Solar stocks under a little bit more pressure today. TAN seeing some sell side pressure. NIO down a couple percent in the pre-market, but a nice bounce yesterday for NEO. MongoDB slightly green, NVIDIA slightly green. It's not a broad-based rally this morning. You definitely have some aspects of the market that are lagging, and that's just due to Apple and Google sucking up so much liquidity here. All right, I'm going to flip to the dual charts here. So Apple has that weekly chart gap fill, which could be an aggressive short zone. So weekly chart gap fill for Apple sits around that 238.44. Settle in here for the pre-market open. I do have some SPY long levels and short levels. SPY right now just teetering under prior day high. All right, I'll be right back. Just gonna grab some coffee, guys. It's still the open. So for me, Google, Macy's look good for a short. This is just a day trade. I'm just probably going to go in with common shares on Google. Just with common shares. We'll keep both Apple and Google open this morning. I am watching SPY Q's IWM on my other screen here. Dollar gold. Gold's still strong. Nat gas still up nicely. Crude oil's trying to bounce. Bitcoin's basically flat on the tape. So we got a lot of things we're watching. Got Macy's. Got a few other names on watch. So we'll certainly have to see what happens here. But I'm definitely watching Google for a short off of the open. That's for sure. I'm just going to go with common shares. If you'd rather play put options on Google, let me just think. I don't have the chain open, so it's hard to distinguish right away. Let's see, though. But I would wait for Apple. If you're wanting to short Apple, there's a gap fill that it hit in the pre-market. I would look for a retest there. S&P right now gapping up quite nicely, 642.60. It's a good gap up. Tesla still pushing above 335.20. Nice move there for Tessie. All right, we got Apple, and I'm just going to keep the daily charts. Whenever there's a big outsized move like this, it's good to keep the daily chart open. All right, markets are open here, guys. Come on, Google. Don't you dare go down on me yet. Come on, keep pushing, Google. Keep pushing. Apple, S&P, Q's still strong. Google up 6.97, Apple up 3.18, Microsoft's red, Amazon's red, Tesla still holding, Netflix sucking on the day. All right, Google's coming into that first aggressive zone. First aggressive zone. Look at that, piercing through. All right, guys. I'm just issuing the alert. Nice move off of Google there. That's a really healthy rejection, guys. I did get a fill, 227.05. Beautiful move and rejection. Look at that stunning rejection off of Google. That's what I'm talking about. Go Google, go. Beautiful. All right, let's look at SPY. Apple's starting to come in. S&P 500 still gapping up, holding. But I am short Google. Common shares. Come on down, Google. Come on down. S&P 500 still acting quite well. Let's look at Macy's on my other screen. Nvidia almost trying to go negative. Macy's, ooh, Macy's is blasting through my short level, guys. Macy's is into a short level as well, up 19% on Macy's. Wow. That's filthy. That is a filthy move on Macy's. All right, guys, I am short Macy's. Common shares. This is a half position short. 1630. Short Google, I'm short Macy's. S&P 500 still trying to climb. Macy's almost tapping that weekly 200 moving average. I would add to Macy's just about 30 cents higher if need be. But I'm short Google, 227.05, short Macy's. Half position on Macy's. Both are just common shares. Q's S&P still acting well. Gold seeing a little bit of a reversal. SMCI negative. Nvidia negative. MongoDB negative. Okta negative. What else we got going on? Apple still up 2.84 but getting faded slightly from the highs. Open is up 2.7. Come on down, Macy's. Come on down. Google going for another high push. S&P 500 still acting quite well. Look at Macy's. We're up 30 cents on these Macy's already. I'm looking for Macy's to probably retest. Just give me a second here. I think we can get Macy's to retest 1577 is my TP1. Come on down, Macy's. Nice rejection there again on Google. Come on, Google. Come on down. S&P 500 still acting well. Tesla's getting faded. Lyft today is roaring. So is Snapchat. Snapchat roaring on the communication-based sector. Beautiful move on Snapchat. S&P 500 still holding bullish structure. QQQ still holding bullish structure, but getting faded slightly. Tesla looking a little bit heavier. Nvidia looking heavy once again. Netflix, JP Morgan, Eli Lilly have gone negative. Waiting on these two short plays. The markets are still holding bullish structure, but Nvidia is getting hit pretty hard here, guys. Coming down to 169. Nvidia is under some pressure this morning. IWM is turned back to the bullish side. That's green on the tape. Semiconductors are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. QQQ still staying resilient. Gold seeing a really big reversal from the highs there. Looking at gold. Gold seeing a nice reversal off of the highs. Really big move. S&P 500 still holding the majority of its gains, but seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Never officially filled the gap. We'll see what happens there. Google still staying strong, but the Qs are coming in. Gold coming in. QQQ coming in hard. Still staying resilient here. Nvidia still selling off. S&P, a little bit of top wick distribution. Google still up 7.4%, pushing to the high side. Macy's still staying resilient. NIO down 3% on the tape. Nat gas equities, guys, pumping to the high side. You got names like AR, just absolutely filthy move on AR. This is what I touched base on. How can these nat gas equities be lagging so much with natural gas just pumping today? Look at AR. I am closing out my AR calls, guys. Beautiful. Members, I just closed out my September 5th $32 AR calls. Took 105%. Looking at gas, it's getting a little bit distributive, but still very strong on the tape here. Macy's is starting to cooperate. Come on, Macy's, pay me. Google still holding and surging to the upside. We also have our EQT $53 calls, which just printed briefly in the money there. I'm going to hold this one a little bit longer because we have more time on the clock with that EQT trade, but that natural gas play, we just absolutely crushed natural gas on this beautiful bounce. We've made a ton of money on nat gas, and we're still writing EQT calls, which again, we do have a little bit more time on those sets of calls nearing the end of the month. So I like that name a lot. All right, let's look back to Macy's here. Macy's, we're still short Macy's. Macy's is still trying to push. QQQ and SPY are still trying to push up. Now you have Nvidia trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Nvidia is really trying to firm up. Semiconductors are trying to catch a little bit of a bid, which could help push this market just a bit more. Google's pushing for another new intraday high. It's still off of its pre-market high level, but acting quite well. Nvidia trying to go green. Rest of your mega caps are green. JP Morgan, Netflix, they flipped green on the tape. So you're getting a little bit more liquidity rotating around. Apple's getting faded still. So Apple's really taking a hit off of the open, getting faded quite a bit more. NEO getting absolutely rocked today. NIO continuing to see some downside pressure. Really big move down on NIO. Looking at Nvidia and the semis. Let's flip back to the S&P 500 here. S&P 500 is starting to come in just a little bit here, guys. So SPY coming in. Macy's is still up 20% on the tape. Crazy move. Crazy. I'll look to add to my Google around pre-market high. Nice job, Ram. Yep, SPY calls did absolutely rock it up. Quite a bit more green starting to appear on the screen, guys. Quite a bit more green. Snapchat is moving quite nicely today. Look at that nice breakout on Snapchat. Beautiful. We are long. Palantir really struggling today. PLTR down on the tape 1.58%. Not performing too well. HIMS is doing extraordinarily well today. Copper stocks are absolutely ripping. Again, SCCO I think is a trade that you just tuck away for the long term. I'm holding common shares and I do think copper is still going to see some bullish momentum as we progress. Alibaba down on the tape today. Nat Gas still strong. CRM pushing. What else we got going on? Let's flip back to the S&P 500 here, which you can see the S&P 500 has recaptured bullish technical levels back above the 20-day but below the 7. We'll see if it can push into its gap fill. Remember, gap fill is right up here around 645. Look at them squeeze Google here. I'll add to Google off of this pre-market high. Around 229, I'd add to my short. Nvidia coming in just a little bit more now. Retail stocks still doing quite well. Nat Gas stocks are still ripping. Snapchat ripping on the back of communications. HIMS is ripping. Google now up 8% on the tape. Open is slightly green. NIO now down 5%. Palantir down 1.24. Lyft is getting slightly faded. Tesla, a little bit disappointing price action in Tesla. Little bit of a disappointing price action in Tesla. Tesla was strong in the pre-market but getting faded quite nicely. Apple's starting to come in some more. Starting to get slightly faded. Macy's has some top wicks, but trying to still push up here for Macy's. Let's flip back to that S&P 500. S&P 500 still acting quite well. Google a little bit of top wicks. Now you have Nvidia trying to catch a bit of a bid. We'll see if some capital wants to rotate out of Google into some of your semis. Viking Therapeutics seeing a nice move today. Ethereum up a couple percent. SPY is looking like a short with a stop loss, a tight stop loss. I would wait for a little bit of a bounce here and look to short SPY with a stop loss above that high of day. Could work out. Tesla has now gone negative. NIO really struggling on the tape. Crude oil is still down 1.61%. Gold up 0.5%, but getting faded off of its highs. Gold potentially trying to put in a bit of a reversal candle on the hourly chart, potential hourly topping tail. Google's starting to come in. Macy's still holding. Nvidia under a little bit of pressure. Google's remarkably still staying elevated up here. Very nice action thus far. Issuing a new options trade alert, so just definitely check that alert out. Still seeing the S&P holding structure. Google's starting to come in just a little bit. Macy's is trading still sharply higher on the session. IWM still underperforming the market. All mega caps are green except for Nvidia. Look at the S&P fall here. Remember, another stock that looks very toppy, guys, is this ONDS. Still has that really large head and shoulders pattern at play. NIO still under quite a bit of pressure today. A lot of pressure for NIO. Qs are coming in. Look at HUYA. Hoo-yah. Pumping to the high side. Snapchat getting faded just a little bit here. Copper stocks, nat gas still holding steady. Let's look at Apple, Dapple. Apple still holding steadies. Google slowly coming in just a little bit here. Still remarkably strong. Macy's is still struggling in this region, guys. I still think Macy's is going to fall pretty sharply at some point. Definitely a stock that's probably going to get sold into. Palantir still down 0.7, but off of the lows. Big Bear AI trying to make a move off of the lows. GDX still strong on the tape with gold holding steady. S&P 500 still holding bullish structure. Ram saying, not sure if you know, U.S. has revoked TSMC authority to ship equipment to China facilities, and I think that's the reason we see that action and reaction on Nvidia. Cool. Thanks for the information. Today you have MongoDB taking a bit of a breather. Also looking pretty choppy and sloppy up here. Google still trying to press for 229. Let's see if Google can tap that pre-market high. It's very, very close. It's very, very close on Google. All right, what else we got going on the tape? So far, Meta up 0.4, Tesla up 0.26, Netflix still negative on the session. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average is negative. That's surprising considering Apple's green. 10-year yield down a little bit, 2-year yield is green. Nat gas up 3.4%. The Dixie's basically flat, gold up half, Bitcoin up 0.46. Qs are still leading the charge in this market. So your NASDAQ is still leading this market higher. Let's look at that 10-minute chart of SPY. That's your retest. Short zone is in play. Although I did have a target for that inverse head and shoulders around this area here, 643.54. But there's an aggressive short level here on SPY. Keep tight stop losses in case they want to blast us through. What is John saying? ZS reversal from all-time high after earnings last night. Talking about Zscaler? Yep, big reversal. Big reversal. Hopefully you shorted that name. Yeah, after hours I saw that print. That was crazy. That's a crazy move for sure. All right, Google still seeing a little bit of top wick. SPY still seeing some top wick distribution, guys. Macy's, again, come on, Macy's. I want you to fall sharply. Come on down, Macy's. Come on down. Come on down, Macy's. This market could be, yes, Macy's is starting to print, guys. Starting to print. Come on, Macy's. I'm looking to trim half at this TP1 level. Let's see if this market wants to give up some of these gains. Come on. Google still remarkably strong. QQQ has a little bit of top wicks forming. So back to the S&P 500. S&P 500, again, that would have been a nice short level had you entered. It's starting to come in just a little bit. Just some minor distribution in SPY. Still acting well, though. It's still acting quite well. Macy's is getting heavier, ladies and gentlemen. SPY is starting to come in. All mega caps are still green. Crude oil selling off sharply. Dow components are under a lot of pressure. Macy's pay us. Maybe we can go shopping after this trade. We're up 30 cents so far per a share. Beautiful, Macy's. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Come on, Macy's, pay us. Still staying resilient right now. So back to that S&P chart. S&P still staying strong. Tesla just up 0.38%. Meta 0.2%. Microsoft getting sold into here. That's almost back to the negative side. NASDAQ or Microsoft trying to join the dark side of price action. All right, what else we have going on? Nvidia still holding some slightly bullish structure. Looking at NIO, NEO still under a lot of pressure, guys. Looking like that was a big liquidity trap from yesterday. Not looking too hot for NIO. Palantir trying to go green on the tape, so PLTR mustering up some strength off of the lows. Big buy the dip candidate there. Google still gunning for that pre-market high. Is Google going to get faded today? We will find out. S&P trying to get faded here. Buy really struggling here. Getting heavy on the S&P 500, guys. We are getting really heavy. Things are looking a little bit nasty. Qs are certainly coming in themselves. Macy's still up 18.98%. Microsoft just turned negative. JP Morgan negative. Netflix negative. And Eli Lilly are negative. So you're seeing a little bit of distribution in mega cap tech land. SoFi is negative. SoundHound slightly green. Apple still up 2.59%. Google still up 8.65%. OPEN still up 3.34%. Big Bear AI really struggling here. All right. I just added to my Google short at the high there. That's what I like to see. Gold is trying to push a little bit more. SPY testing pre-market low. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Trying to break that opening range low as well on SPY. Trying to break that opening range low. Qs are still looking a little bit heavier here. Google holding things. Nvidia trying to push higher. NIO still somewhat heavy here. MongoDB coming in down 2.7%. Google trying to push again. S&P getting a nice big candle. Looking at Lyft here, LYFT, that got faded from the highs quite extraordinarily. Bank stocks are certainly under a little bit of pressure with JP Morgan slightly red on the tape. Google still pushing to the upside here. SPY trying to bounce off of that pre-market low, recapturing, doing a liquidity sweep of that opening range. Google now up 9% on the tape. The dollar is collapsing here. We did have some economic data that just came out, which is why the markets are rebounding quite nicely. Gold is pumping to the high side. So yields and dollar are collapsing sharply here, guys, which in reality isn't truly a good thing, as the economic data that we got was JOLTS, coming in at 7.18 million versus 7.38 million consensus. So JOLTS data is a survey done by the US Bureau of Labor Statistics. It helps measures job vacancies. So it's a bearish reading on the JOLTS data, guys. Bearish reading on the JOLTS data. 7.18 million versus 7.38 forecast. You can see why the market is rejoicing a little bit, because the dollar absolutely just caved and imploded. Yields absolutely caved and imploded. Crude oil absolutely knifing through key technical structure. Google absolutely ripping to the moon here. SPY still holding bullish technical structure. The dollar is still imploding here. US dollar index is imploding. Nat gas still holding majority of its gains. Bitcoin under a little bit of pressure. BABA still coming in. Copper still holding steady. UNH getting fade a little bit. Wow, HIMS is squeezing today. Look at HIMS bouncing off of its daily 200 moving average. Absolute monster price action for HIMS. Let's look at OSCR Oscar as well. A huge move to the upside. Let's look at the IWM. IWM is holding majority of its gains for the time being. Macy's, come on Macy's, take us down. Take us down to TP1 here. Let's look at gold again. Gold still off of its highs, but holding quite well. Silver still moonshotting here. Trying to push here in the near term for silver. Alright, some top wick distribution in Google. Maybe the first signs of a bit of reversal. What's my analysis for SPY today? A lot of chop and slop. Alright, Macy's is coming in, guys. Macy's is almost to price target 1. Come on, Macy's. Pay me. Pay me. Pay me, Macy's. I'm going to look to trim half of my Macy's short at that TP zone, which it's almost there. Let's look at Apple. Let's look at SPY. Again, I think that SPY's obviously heavily manipulated and influenced, technically speaking, when you have such strength in Google and Apple. Obviously, it does indicate that the S&P should hold firm here, but we are still seeing quite a bit of distribution under the hood of this market. when you look at some of your sectors, you still have red across the board. Majority of sectors are red. It's just your communication and tech holding things up. But healthcare, red. Utilities, red. Real estate, red. Staples, red. Industrials, red. Financials, red. Energy, smashed. Home builders, getting absolutely crushed. So there's really only a little bit of pocket of isolated strength in this market. You're not getting broad rotational strength from the main market right now. You look at RSP, and RSP is down 0.32%, whereas SPY is down or is up 0.35%. So that's a really, really big divergence that I don't like right now. So you got to watch, does the market get some rotationary strength, or does a name like Google get faded and really hit the S&P? I'm going to have to lean with Google getting at least some sort of distribution and profit taking. But for now, markets are actually holding up quite well. SPY looking to press. SPY could give us a high of day. But I just don't like the fact that the majority of sectors are red across the board. I mean, we look at some of these sectors here. And look, it's pretty much majority of sectors are struggling. It's your communications and your XLK are your bright spots in the market. So that's the good part about it. But again, if Google gets faded here, that's gonna really, really wipe away some of these gains. Nvidia though acting quite well. That's trying to firm up in the near term. VDA. Palantir made a nice move off of the low. Snapchat getting absolutely reversed on, now negative on the tape. That's filthy for Snapchat. MongoDB still under pressure. NIO still under pressure. SMCI negative. PayPal negative. Nat gas stock still holding, but off of the highs. Alibaba down 1.5%. Nat gas still pushing. Nvidia trying to make a run here for Nvidia. Nvidia is acting quite well here. SPY looking like it's trying to press higher here. IWM still up 0.21%. Dow components are really, really struggling here. S&P 500 trying to make a move. Macy's is trying to push. Gold still has some top wicks. I mean, look at the downside pressure in that US dollar today, guys. That's a nice downward cave of price action, getting rejected off of the top of that wedge pattern. Gold's certainly sniffing out that, but gold's getting a wicky up here. GDX still holding bullish technical structure. Nvidia right now still seeing if it can climb a little bit higher. Let's look at Apple Dapple. Apple also off of its highs, but holding steady. Amazon holding steady. Tesla back to the high side, up 1.28% now and pushing. I don't like the fact that financials are really struggling on the back of falling yields. So you look at a name like JP Morgan, right? Getting hit today as the S&P is up. That's a bit of a leading stock. Typically, if you were to backtest when JP Morgan goes negative, usually the S&P follows. That's a very, very leading stock. And you factor as to why it leads the market is because JP Morgan has one of the best trading desks in the market. So JP Morgan getting absolutely clapped right now, sold into. So I always watch JP Morgan every single day because it leads the market. And we'll see. JP Morgan down 0.5%. Let's see if SPY wants to go negative. But JP Morgan leads these markets often higher and lower. And right now, financials are certainly under pressure, guys. You look at even XLF getting faded here, down 0.46%. You got healthcare also under a little bit of pressure. Google trying to come in just a little bit. Potential little hourly topping tail forming on Google. We are now green on our Google short. Guys, we are green on our Google short. Let's pay us. Taking 2 trades this morning. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. Come on, S&P. Take us down. Nice price action in Google. Come on. Still short Google. That was one of our A+ setups. You have the Dow going negative. Nvidia down 0.11%. Microsoft negative. JP Morgan, Netflix, 2 leading barometers of the market, negative on the tape. SPY getting a little bit heavier. This is a big level. You have an intersection of the EMA and your 7 moving average on your 10-minute chart. You lose this area. We're going down to prior day high, guys. And again, we're sitting right around that pre-market low area is coming up as well. So that's another big area for the S&P, pre-market low. Google coming in nicely. Let's go Google. Come on, Google. Take us down. Take us down. SPY still trying to hold those key moving averages. SPY still trying to bounce off of that EMA 113. Nat gas still holding steady. Bitcoin has now gone negative. Guys, you're seeing some of the high liquid assets getting sold into? Why are these assets that are heavily correlated to the dollar not catching bids and selling off? Why? Why? That is the question. Gold is still holding steady. Gold is also going to be a big barometer. If that starts to sell, better look out below. Come on. Canada's WestJet places order for 67 Boeing planes. Look at that. That's filthy. Down 2.1%. And again, very bullish news for Boeing, but I want to hear an announcement that they build another facility or hire like 100 more engineers or something, because it's their production. They got so much backlog of work. I think their backlog is like 10 to 14 years in Boeing, but nevertheless, and continue to show that they're getting orders. Very, very bullish for future price. Very, very bullish. All right, S&P is still holding steady, guys. SPY trying to break that opening range. Can it? Will it? Can see SPY is below the OR low, guys. Technically a short off of this 642.40 should work out. SPY is in a short the pop type of a mode right now. Until you get a definitive close back inside of this range, SPY is technically a fading opportunity. A little bit more red is starting to appear on the screen, guys. A little bit more red. Mega caps are still holding structure and strength, but we are looking a little bit filthy here. We are certainly looking a little bit nasty. Do. Google trying to hold steady. Let's flip it. Take a look at Macy's. Macy's is still holding quite a bit of strength up here, but we are green. I'm up about 150 bucks on Macy's. Looking for more though. I want more than that. Nope. No, I'm not adding to GDX here. Google, catch a bid. SPY, right back. So this is your aggressive short zone on the S&P. Right here into this region is an aggressive short zone. But that is a big bounce on SPY right now. 10-minute reversal candle. Oof. That is crazy. Next short level that I have on GDX is around 66 Pierce. 66 and a little bit. All right, Tesla still doing quite well. JP Morgan trying to bounce. Nat Gas still holding bullish structure. 10-year yield down 1%. IWM, despite the softer yields, IWM getting faded a little bit. Let's see if it wants to go back to the dark side. Is the Russell 2000 going to run out of steam here? Google trying to bounce just a touch here. Just a touch. MongoDB now down 3.1%. American Eagle back to the slightly green side. Palantir at 1.23. Look at the full round trip for Snapchat. That is just filthy. That could be telling us, again, Snapchat is influenced by the communication-based ETF. That could be telling us that maybe there's more downside for Google. We will find out. Alibaba down 1%, Starbucks down 2.7. Bitcoin flipping back to the green side. Now you have Apple trying to trend and push a little bit. So a little bit of divergence. Notice how Apple had that initial sell, whereas Google was pumping. Now you have Apple pumping, Google selling, and Google is paying us. Let's go, Google. Drop it down, Google. SPY pushing for the high side. Amazing price action in the S&P 500. All right, I'm going to take some put options in SPY, guys. I'm going to take 641s, 640s. 641 put, 0 DTE. All right, I am short SPY, 641, 0 DTE. My stop loss on this trade is going to be a 5-minute close above this OR high. That is my stop loss. All right. But I'm short SPY. Look at ABTC. Let's take a look at ABTC. Surfers is probably bringing up a high flyer here, pumping to the high side, up 59.42%. Oh, goodness gracious me. I don't know what to do with this name. 2 bars on the daily chart. I don't even know what this company, what does it do? Yeah, nothing for me to do there. I don't even know if I can get shares to short, but it's probably like a little bit of it's a minnow. What does this company do? Market cap. It doesn't even have a market cap right now. I can't even tell on TradingView. Average volume 30 is 331,000 shares. Today, what are we trading today? It's too thin for me. 230,000. I can't trade that one. That's too thin. American Bitcoin. Oh, okay, thank you. I can't trade it. It's too thin for me. All right, potential little topping tail trying to form on Google's chart. Take us downtown, Google. Take us downtown. You are stretched here. Come on, take us. SPY still holding structure here. Qs are still acting quite well. Apple seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Google up 7.5. Apple up 3.2. Gold just surged to another new all-time high, 35.64, up 0.91%. Who gonna stop it? No one. Oh my goodness. Not many times I sell physical gold, but this is one of the times. One of the times. All right, SPY still holding inside of this opening range. Google still coming in. Just a little bit. Macy's still up about 30 cents a share. Come on, SPY, take us right back down. Don't do it. Nvidia is still trying to push. Amazon up 0.67. QQQ, big divergence between Q, SPY, and IWM. QQQ up almost 100% more than SPY. SPY's up 0.43. Qs are up 0.8. IWM up 0.21. SPY pushing to the high side here. Netflix, JP Morgan still lagging the market. Crude oil down 2. Dow Jones seeing some strength. Google softening up here. Come on, Google. A really good price action in Google. SPY trying to stop me out here, retesting its opening range high, trying to make a new high of day for the S&P 500. What a monster. Qs are pushing for its gap fill. Qs actually just came into its gap and filled it. So Qs did fill its gap. SPY still slightly off of its gap fill. Amazing price action in the QQQ market. You can see SPY's gap is all the way up here at 645. Whoops. Google still softening here in price. Gold still ripping. Nat gas still strong. JP Morgan catching that bid. Come on, Google. Take us down a little bit more. Again, if we look at what Google's doing here, Google has extended itself out of this longer term channel, absolutely ripped itself away. Google's measured move off its bullish pattern took us to about 218, 219. So we've gapped up over that measured move. What are the chances Google comes back into that 219, 220 target? We will certainly find out. If it were to happen today, that would be absolutely amazing. Amazing to see. All right, big rejection there on SPY. I smell some money. BTC, DJT also involved in this. Donald Trump's ticker involved in that American Bitcoin. Is it DJT, his son? Interesting. Well, we should keep watching it over the coming sessions. Obviously, if POTUS is involved, then it can catch just a pure momentum-based bid, but tough for me to chase it up 59%, especially with minimal days of price action to really analyze. I'd have to look into it, whether or not its valuation is getting extended. How much crypto do they actually own is a big thing. Have they actually bought Bitcoin yet? Are they doing any yield farming with it? I don't know. There's a lot of little metrics that you have to look at with these treasuries. I don't like this treasury hype play. A lot of these names seem like they're just these fly-by-night companies. And like, especially like BM&R. I mean, it's up nicely today, but still very, very crazy. All right, still waiting on this market and Google to fall a little bit more. Google, I am green. My average is sitting here at 228.54 on Google. SPY puts are waking up nicely. Let's go, SPY. Take us back to 641, baby. Pay us, pay us, pay us. Come on, SPY, pay me. I want to be paid this morning. Macy's is still, we're green on that trade, but that thing is just holding up 19%. Here we go for ONDS, guys. ONDS wants to trigger that head and shoulders formation, guys. This is a swing trade alert that we are also looking to print on. ONDS could be dumping down. Yesterday, we hit a pre-market low price on ONDS of 511. I have a symmetrical move down to 469, and then I have a bearish target down to 445. Let's see if we can finally get this name to crack. I would love to see that name crack to the downside. Push it down. All right, Google trying to bounce. Google's almost trading slightly inverse with the market. At some point, Google is going to trade with the market, and they're both going to fall simultaneously. Gold still pushing 35.64. IWM almost going to the dark side and negative. NIO still down 6.6% on the session. Nasty, nasty price action. Ethereum still up nicely. HIMS is still holding structure and gains. Starbucks getting smoked. Apple still up 3%. Big bounce on the S&P 500. Wow. They are just chopping this market up and down, not giving us any sort of definitive range break. They are not giving us any sort of a range breakout yet. Bum, bum, bum. Dixie still testing prior day low at 98 bucks. Look at that bounce on the S&P 500. Now it looks like it's trying to shape up a bit of an intraday bullish inverse head and shoulders. So keep your stops tight and in place because it looks like they're trying to facelift the S&P 500 to the high side here. A lot of chop and slop in this region. I mean, well, either way, they're going to get us a big range break. They're going to make a big move happen here very shortly on the S&P. Very shortly. I don't know. I'm still leaning towards the downside, but there is some potential bullish structure here holding for the S&P. The fact that you're still above this key trend line here, it looks like they're trying to form a bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the SPY chart. We'll see if it wants to hold. They are just chopping this market around. Gold coming in a little bit. SPY still testing 643. QQQ trying to press a little bit more. You got Microsoft hanging on for dear life. Nvidia up 0.5%. Tesla surging up 2.4% now on Tessie. I like that move. I like that bullish move on Tesla today. Look at that. That's a stunning little bounce off of your 200. Recapturing that 20 moving average on the daily chart for now. Bouncing off of your weekly 20 moving average as well. Google bouncing sharply. SPY still looking a little bit more constructive here. Markets have been open for just over an hour. Do. S&P 500 still at the high of its range. Remarkable price action still. Yeah, CLX, nice push there, John. Sorry I messed your comment right, but nice push. Nice push, CLX. Not too sure if there is news. Looks like there's news. Yeah, but I'm not seeing anything yet either. But definitely a nice intraday push. Perhaps just oversold. There's probably a bigger investor that took a position in CLX. Our big push on SPY. Google, Qs are pushing. Baba's still struggling today. Big bounce on Google here. Apple slipped 3.3, Google up 8.28. Qs are still lifting this market and holding very bullish structure in the near term. JP Morgan, Netflix still struggling a little bit. Caterpillar down, Boeing still down, MongoDB down. Upstart down 2.5. Just scrolling through some of the master list here. What else we got going? Affirm is up 1.69. AI reports earnings today, and that's down a little bit. Oracle slightly negative. S&P 500 has some top wicks forming. Wow, SMR of 14.8% today. What the heck, SMR? Look at SMR today, guys. Holy moly. What a beast. How's Oklo doing? Oklo not really performing as much. Uranium still trying to put SMR. Holy moly. Let's look at that space stocks. ASTS under a little bit of pressure. RKT, big bounce there. RKLB. So a lot of mixed price action in your space stocks. That's kind of interesting. S&P 500 looking to press outside of its opening range high. Here we go. S&P 500 new high of day. It is trying to wake up here. Getting a little bit more broad participation. We'll see if this is a big liquidity grab. Again, I had the upside measured move of that inverse head and shoulders around 643.50. We'll see if it wants to tap that area and get sold into. Google still just slightly off of the highs. Let's see what else is shaking and moving this morning. Airbnb down 1.6. Neo still down 6.4. Rivian's doing nicely too. That's up 5.7. Chegg up 8. IQ down 1.1. Mixed price action across China. Very mixed price action across China. Energy stocks getting hit. Fubo down, Snapchat down, Pfizer slightly. Intel down 1.4%. Walmart slightly negative on the tape today. XPEV down another 3.2. What a full round trip in this stock. We absolutely crushed on the call side, XPEV. We were riding those $22 calls, and we caught this entire move up. We were long since early July. But look at that full round trip, right? Just a beast. And I still think NIO is probably going to take out the lows. I still think NIO is probably going to retest your 20-day moving average, but we'll see. All right, guys, look what is happening to ONDS here. ONDS trying to get heavy here. Going from positive to negative. Look at that nasty head and shoulders on ONDS, guys. This could get heavy. This could get heavy really quickly. Get heavy, ONDS. Get heavy. I would not mind to see this stock just absolutely plummet. Come on. Google still holding steady. S&P 500 still trying to break out of that opening range high. But it hasn't done so just yet. Has not done so just yet. Apple still holding bullish structure. The dollar is trying to bounce just a little bit right now. You have GDX coming in a little bit sharper now. Perhaps speculative longs in gold. No, there might be a bit of distribution about to take place in gold, but GDX looking a little bit heavier. Still very strong on the tape, but definitely coming in. Just 1 second, guys. I got to take a phone call real quick. All right. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Just had to take that phone call. Yeah, SPY did hit my stop loss. I'm all out of that trade. Absolutely blasted through that key resistance level. So now the market's still in bullish structure, breaking above that opening range high, looking to buy back tests of that key zone. But nevertheless, SPY looking like it wants to charge for that gap fill. QQQ well above its gap. Markets are looking much better here in the near term. Certainly are. All right, let's see what else we got shaking and moving. So Mongo is still down 3.7. Gold still holding steady. Google holding quite steady. How's Snowflake doing? Snowflake back testing some key areas, down 1.58%. Wow, this is technically... So we were long Snowflake off of that earnings pop, and that was a really healthy trade that we got on Snow. This is technically where Snow should try to hold this bullish earnings gap up, backtesting your previous little high pivot. I'm going to keep an eye on this one all day because if Snow can hold this structure, we should get another continuation move. I still have upside targets around 285, but that's into 2026. So definitely keep Snow on watch because it could potentially want to continue its ascent higher. You have Google bouncing quite terrifically, still slightly off of the highs for Google. SPY though just absolutely ripping to the upside here. Very strong price action. Macy's is still off of our short level, but looking like it wants to try to firm up with this market. We're going to watch that closely. I'm just going to keep a break-even stop loss on my Macy's trade, guys, 1630. And if it starts to get into this double top area, I'll look to reshort it. Okay? Google still holding steady. A little bit of top quick distribution hitting the Qs and SPY. Lyft is still at 4.79. Uber up 1.86%. Humana is taking a bit of a breather. Finally, wow, look at retail stocks again. Getting absolutely clobbered. Names like Lulu under pressure yet again. Lulu just can't hold any of its gains. It's amazing to see how weak stocks can be, even this oversold with these cheaper valuations. Let's look at Datadog, DDOG. That's looking pretty bearish, guys. Here we go. ONDS dripping now down 2.2% and falling to the downside. Take us down, ONDS. Take us down. This is falling in a strong market. We'll see how much it wants to fall. 20-minute chart support is coming up very shortly here, but we should knife through that since we've had bearish consolidation over that key zone. All right, what else we got? Hershey. That name's taking a bit of a breather from that bigger move. Alibaba. Nice trim yesterday in Alibaba at the highs. That name is coming in. I like to think that maybe I'm the reason the stock is falling, but no, I'm not. I'm a small minnow compared to the institutions involved. Adobe, another day where ADBE is weak on the tape. That name just cannot catch a bid to save its life. Intel also struggling a little bit, but bouncing off of the lows, so not as bad. Certainly not as bad. Let's look at Kava. CAVA still severely depressed. Let's look at Chipotle, CMG. I'm surprised Chipotle is still struggling down in these deep dark depths below. This name has really not firmed up considering the support that we're building down here. It's just been weak. Rocket Labs is still getting sold into here. RKLB a nasty bearish engulfing looks like. Quantum stocks, let's look at QBTS and Rigetti. QBTS looks like it's ready for a move back into the 50-day. Looking quite bullish on QBTS intraday, like it wants to firm up. Let's look at Rigetti, RGTI. RGTI not looking as strong, in my opinion. Under a little bit of pressure. Look at that S&P 500, still ripping here. Google still holding some structure. Come on, Google. Give us something. What else we got going on? Let's see. Micron Green. Some of your biggest movers. Tesla ripping. Tesla now up 3%. Baby, let's go. Tessie, squeeze. Squeeze it, Tesla. Nice move on Tesla today. Really healthy move. SPY is still trying to rip here. Pretty amazing. Gold coming in a little bit. Dixie trying to firm up. Open. Open now up nicely on the session. Continuing to grind here on open. Very impressive. PLTR. What a reversal in PLTR. That was filthy, guys. Filthy. Nvidia trying to get going now. Look at Nvidia. Ripping to the upside. Markets are trending. Guys, I just sold my Nvidia 170 call. I'm all out. Just punching in the alert. So I trimmed my Nvidia call from yesterday. We took 170 calls down at the lows. Trimmed half yesterday, sold the rest today. Looks like semis are trying to build a bull flag to push higher. That would be the next stage of this market. NIO continuing to fall here. New lows on the session for NEO. Our $6 puts are coming. They're coming fast and furious here for NIO. I want it. I want it lower. Fall, Neo. Fall. We're almost up 100% on the free Neo put play, guys. Almost 100%. We're crossing it now. Come on, dump Neo. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Get dumpy with it. Still holding near the highs here. Macy's still short Macy's. That one never stopped me out, but still holding short off the 1630. Let's see if we can get some more downside in this tape. S&P 500 still looking to press for that gap fill though. They're getting a little bit more broad participation from the market. You look at RSP, and RSP is trying to stage a little bit of a bounce here. So there's certainly a little bit of help occurring. Gold seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Gold getting a little bit distributive up here. I would not be surprised to see gold try to make a topping tail off of this resistance. This is a ton of resistance here, guys. A ton. Really, really big resistance here. GDX looking like, yeah, it could go negative on the tape. Also, GDX is one of the most extended charts in the entire market. And look at that. Since your low here, December, it's up 94%. Remarkable. Dixie right now is trying to bounce intraday. Small bounce occurring in the US dollar indice. Still holding bullish price. Apple still up 3.1. SPY still hanging on. Tesla's still ripping up 3.2% for Tessie. Get NVIDIA here. NVIDIA starting to come in off of that high just a little bit. Google is still acting very, very well. JP Morgan's really firmed up here, guys. Remember I said JP Morgan's kind of that leading stock? Well, bouncing nicely off the lows, trying to go positive. Obviously, S&P made that big, big rip to the upside. Macy's still coming in a little bit. Nat gas stocks under a bit of pressure. are just floating and grinding right now. NASDAQ QQQ up 1%. IWM lagging a little bit. That's only up 0.21%. So looking at the relative difference between small caps and megas, there's a clear divergence so far. But IWM is trying to hold above some of the key intraday moving averages. We'll see if it wants to give up any of these gains and just let tech rally. Ethereum ripping up 3.2%. Very strong move for ETH. Distribution hitting the tape again. Still struggling, down 2.12%. Tesla still shooting up 3.58. Google still holding near the highs. Markets are still trying to trend and push a little bit higher here. Macy's still up about 31 cents a share, pushing 160 bucks. Come on, Macy's. I want you to go lower. Still pushing here. Baidu looks like it's trying to play catch up. They're still pushing dollar right back down. US dollar. Google pushing right back to the high side. Looking like it wants new highs on the session. Ripping this market up. Nvidia getting faded. Microsoft getting faded. No stopping Google. Tesla almost up 4% and pushing. Tesla 400 when? When is Tesla hitting 400? %. Trying to hold steady here. Meta getting slightly faded. Amazon slightly faded. Bank of America struggling. Cisco struggling. Nvidia still slightly green. Your IWM has gone negative, guys. Small caps have gone negative. That's troublesome. That is troublesome price action. Google looks like it's still trying to press here for new all-time highs. I just issued another little trade alert for the options group. Alright, so I'm still short Macy's. Macy's, we're up nicely coming into target price 1. Still looking to trim half. I'm holding 600 shares short of Macy's right now. Google right now I'm still short as well, but that's more of a swing trade and a day trade level. Let's see what we can get. Roblox strong on the tape. Looking like Roblox wants to go for that gap fill. Spotify strong on the tape. Solar stocks showing a little bit of strength today. Boeing still coming in, down 2.16%. Come on down, IWM. Guys, Macy's is coming into target. Come on, TP1. Come on down, Macy's. Come on down. Macy's is almost at price target. Just waiting here. Google is still staying pretty firm. IWM going lower, guys. Russell 2000 looks like it wants the lows of the session and a little bit heavier here on the Russell. Come on, Macy's. Macy's is almost hitting TP1, guys. Almost there for Macy's. Almost. Come on down, Macy's. Pay us. That was an A+ setup in the pre-market. Holding 600 shares short Macy's. Come on. SPY coming in. IWM going for the lows of the session, down 0.17%. Markets are getting a little bit faded here. You look at the Russell, and the Russell's looking for that low of day liquidity sweep, guys. You see short continuing to fall here. Come on, Macy's. Come on down. We're almost at TP. Google still remaining pretty firm at the highs here. Alright, so we have the IWM showing a little bit of distribution. Gold still holding firm, yield soft, VIX down, S&P still up 0.48%. QQQ right now is still leading the charge to the upside. You got strength across your mega cap tech. Nvidia looks like it wants to go negative with Microsoft. Amazon slightly green, but you have outperformance in Apple, Google, Tesla. Meta is also about to go negative on the tape, so there could be a little bit of softening in your XLC communications basket. We have a potential lower high starting to form in XLC. Remember, Meta has, even though Google is up so tremendously on the session today, Meta has a much heavier weighting in your communications basket. So if Meta starts to dip negative, it's really going to put a little bit of pressure on your XLC basket, which in theory should put a little bit of downside liquidity pressure on Google. So keep watch Meta. Meta just went negative on the tape, guys. So now you have Meta struggling. So Meta negative. SPY really starting to drip here, guys. All right, Macy's is coming into target, guys. Profit target 1 is very close. I'm looking at trimming 300 of my shares. I have 600 shares short. And then I'll move stop loss to break even. But Macy's should pay us here. And I think Macy's can go quite a bit lower. But here we go. First target incoming on Macy's. Beautiful, beautiful Macy's. Come on. Take us down, Macy's. IWM starting to get heavier here. Meta negative. JP Morgan struggling. Google softening a touch. Nat Gas getting faded. Apple getting slightly heavier here. Come on, Alibaba down 1.5%, guys. Copper still doing well. Ethereum still doing well. Gold's still at the pretty much near the highs of its all-time high price. Very, very strong price. S&P right back to that opening range, guys. Looking like a potential little failure on your hourly chart for the S&P 500. Not looking too good for the time being. Remember, the IWM also looking like it's going to take out this low of day and do that liquidity sweep. That's looking very, very likely. Alright, we're a few pennies away from taking profits on Macy's. Again, I'm looking to trim half, move stops to break even, allow the trade to be risk-free. Come on, Macy's. TP1 incoming. 2 cents away. Come on, Macy's. Give it to us. UNH really, really struggling today. Palantir still strong. Alright, guys. Macy's just hit target 1. Macy's is hitting target 1. Beautiful trade if you caught Macy's with us, guys. The trade is now risk-free. That trade is now risk-free on Macy's. Look at the IWM, new low of day, guys. Beautiful. Sweeping that low pivot liquidity, dumping it. Beautiful, beautiful job. This was another trade alert that I just issued to members in the options trading group. We took end of week 233 put options, and those are already printing quite nicely. But well done on Macy's if you caught that with us. That was an excellent trade, and that one could still keep giving. Remember, Macy's could be potentially, I think Macy's is probably going to retest, call it $15, and then we'll see how it wants to stabilize around that key zone. IWM still should go lower. We should do a bigger sweep of this low. You briefly just stopped out some traders on your shorter time frame, but we should go a little bit lower through this zone. Maybe it wants to create a right shoulder formation here on the IWM and then trigger a little bit of a neckline break through that low of day. I still have a bearish TP on the IWM around 231, which could hit today. It's a very aggressive target if you're trying to get it to hit today, but it could hit today. You know, we still got quite a bit of time left in the trading session. Now we just need Google to really firm up. But what's really interesting about this Russell, right? Intraday, the Russell is trying to give us some lower highs and lower lows. Look at that S&P 500 melting. It's absolutely melting right now. IWM melting as well. Can we get our 233 put options in the money with members? Come on, IWM. Pumping it. Macy's continuing to go lower. Google coming in just a little bit here. Let's look at Meta. Meta right back to the positive side, teetering between positive and negative price action. You have Amazon, sorry, you have Nvidia and Microsoft now negative. Nvidia's done a full round trip. Great exit on our Nvidia calls. We crushed that. Tesla's still up 3%. But things are coming in here. IWM looks like it's going to knife a little bit lower. We'll see if they defend this low of day. Impulse green candle, but it looks like a whole host of liquidity to trap, in my opinion. Let's see where this channel would roughly take us on the Russell. That would be nice if the IWM flushed all the way down into this green buy zone down here. That is a big buy zone. If the Russell were to flush, give us a new low, fulfill that bearish target, tap that hourly chart moving average, that would be a really, really good zone to potentially do a day trade scalp long. Gold still just pushing new all-time highs on gold. Natural gas getting faded. Dollar new lows. So what's interesting here is you've had the markets are selling off from the highs as the dollar is still printing new lows. Very interesting. Quite interesting. Nat gas, definitely a little bit extended intraday. Still holding bullish structure on your daily chart, but looking like it's coming in just a little bit. Look at NEO. NEO is dirty today. Another down day for SMCI. Come on, Russell. Take us down. Take us down. Nvidia is slightly negative. Microsoft slightly negative. Meta slightly negative. Apple slipped 2.7. Google up 8.3. Tesla up 3. Amazon negative. You're starting to see more distribution hitting this market, ladies and gents. Definitely seeing. Remember when I showed you the sectors of the S&P 500 here? A lot of negative price action is hitting a variety of different sectors. It's your communication XLC is holding this market up predominantly on the back of Google. But if Meta starts to sell, again, that's a heavy weighting in your XLC basket. XLY is doing quite well. That's your consumer discretionary. Tesla, Amazon, mainly Tesla performing today. But you got a lot of relative weakness here. Regional banks trying to stabilize, but under a little bit of pressure. Energy is getting slaughtered. Financials are weak on the session. Financials are looking like a little bit of a bearish flag pattern intraday. But so far, markets are trying to bounce just a little bit here. Big bounce on the Russell 2000. Let's look at retail XRT. Big component. XRT is looking quite bullish. That's a really big component of the Russell 2000. So imagine if XRT started to give up some of these gains, where the Russell would be. KRE, biotech had a phenomenal day yesterday. And again, still building structure, but definitely running into a little bit of daily chart resistance, backtesting this key upsloping trend line. It could still push a little bit higher, but biotech definitely running into a little bit of resistance here. Two key trend lines on the daily chart. Needs a little bit of time to back and fill here, but chart still looks poised to go higher. I would say $100 is kind of your next stop for biotech. They say stocks at 90 go to 100. It's an old Wall Street adage. We'll see if that likely wants to occur. So looking at the daily chart of the IWM here, you're getting some harsh rejection off of that 7-day moving average. Whenever you see harsh rejection of that nature, typically markets want to retest the next key daily chart moving average, which honestly is your 20 down here at 228. So we'll see if that wants to fall a little bit lower here. But it's nearing lunchtime, guys. I am probably going to take a bit of a break here. We'll see if they want to distribute this market down a little bit more. SPY trying to hold that opening range low. So here we've done a breakout of your opening range high, then we lost it. If it loses this opening range high, SPY is going to go negative to gap fill. It's a big if, but it can happen. Let's look at the RSP. So again, RSP basically down to the lows of the session. Relative strength in SPY is not happening today. Let's look at your XLG. So XLG showing much more relative strength. Obviously your mega cap tech. Big bounce on Macy's. Google still holding 229.50. Gold coming in from the highs just a little bit, but still remarkably strong for gold. Unwavering strength. BMNR, that's up 7.3. SoFi's negative. Soundhound down 1.49. Let's see if this turns into a head and shoulders on the SPY chart. 5-minute head and shoulders is on watch. So now you're going to create this little bit of a wedge formation on SPY. And we did fulfill the upside target on SPY. But we'll see which way we want to break out of the wedge pattern. Again, if you break to the downside, then we have a little bit of a head and shoulders formation that does take us slightly below prior day high, and it would take the S&P slightly negative. So that's your bearish TP. Now the bullish TP would basically be this inverse move. Whoops. So again, technically speaking, you can buy this lower boundary support channel here until you break it. So it's an aggressive buy, trading the high and low of this range, this wedge pattern, but it can be done. Scalpers can absolutely buy support, sell resistance, buy support until you get a bigger directional move here on the indices. But just keep in mind, I mean, You have seen some distribution signals from other mega cap tech, and your small caps are not really seeing um, that impressive price action. Considering yields dollar are down, you would have expected the S&P 500 to trend a little bit more. Microsoft, Nvidia back to the green side. JP Morgan, one of those leading barometers. Whoops. Still struggling, JP Morgan. Still putting in higher lows, but some lower highs. So whichever way this pattern is coiling, it's going to make a big directional move at some point. We just got a nasty wedge pattern forming here. Coiling. Coiling. Guys, I'm just gonna grab some lunch, guys, but I'll be right back.
Such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. watch it. Close your eyes, it's you and I. Let the time pass by, we don't care about the others. Let's stay dancing all night, 'cause I know you're my lover. Ooh, baby, I love it, and I can't ignore it. I like and you can notice, my body gets scary, alright. I don't wanna miss ya, ay. You know that if you are for me, and I don't
been a while, it's been a while, but I'm coming out of my shell. And I never thought I would fall in love with someone just like you. And nobody here now, I hear you calling out, I hear you calling out for love. Ain't nobody here now, but I hear you calling out, I hear you calling out for love. And I hear you calling, and I hear you calling, no, no, no. And I hear you calling, I hear you calling.
So we're getting a really decent dip in the equity markets. SPY coming down. I like to see that. Good dip.
And it's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. And it's hard to get over such a beautiful lie when I still want you closer. I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
so close, need to close your eyes. It's you and I. Let the time pass by, we don't care about the others. Let's stay dancing all night, cause I know you're my lover. Ooh, baby, I love it, and I can't ignore it. I like and you can notice, my body gets scary, alright. I don't wanna be sad, ay. You know that if you offer me, alright, and I don't
live the day, restart. Be the way so dark, can't you see what's going on? You just lie so long, can't deny you're wrong. Feeling I all gone, I just wanna go alone. I'm just trying to prove that I'm the best. I don't do it for the money, for the cause, or for the chest. I got way too many people trying to put me through the test. I'm just feeling really good about myself without the rest. What you saying, what you saying, what you feeling? Coming back home slowly. What you saying, what you saying, what you feeling? So baby, let me know how I lost control.
each other. I could never be anything without you, love. I really hate to see how quick it seems you're breaking down, but I'm fine. Yeah, boy, I didn't need all of these stray bags to carry. Just couldn't believe a lifelong lost ordinary. What I could achieve, could climb much higher all this whole time. Oh, feel it on my own, heal it on my own, chill it on my own.
All right, so we're getting a really nice decline in the equity markets here. Really good decline in SPY. Look at that, SPY about to go negative. IWM just absolutely knifing. So the beautiful 223 IWM, sorry, 233 IWM puts that I issued in the options trading group are absolutely printing. I love that. Look at this decline in the S&P 500. Meta has gone negative. Microsoft negative. Nvidia negative. Amazon negative. IWM down 0.48% on the tape and dripping, triggering a head and shoulders on your 10-minute chart. Looking pretty filthy right now. I am trimming some of my IWM 233 puts because they are in the money. Beautiful little short trade on the Russell 2000. That was a nice little member trade. So a little bit of profit secured on the IWM 233 puts, closing half of those contracts at the lows of that wick there. And we could still go lower. We're violating this impulse green candle bar. We're triggering a bit of a head and shoulders, but S&P getting a nice bounce. Markets are in for a little bit of choppy price action here as the Dixie is trying to make a move off of the lows. Look at gold. IWM melting. Small caps getting dusted and sold into quite harshly. And again, if you wanted that small cap put option alert, here we go. IWM printing profits on the Russell short. Bang, bang. Thank you very much, IWM. Pay us today. Pay us, pay us, pay us. Lego my ego. I like to see that. 233 puts getting deeper in the money. Take us down, Russell 2000. Take us down. Woo-wee. You gotta pay to play. Gotta pay to play. Dollar catching a nice bid. Crude oil down 2.3. Bitcoin up 1. Russell's negative. Amazon down by 0.4. Nvidia, Microsoft neck and neck down 0.36%. Apple still up 3. Google up 8.6. Tesla up 3. Meta also about to go negative. And what is the barometer of the stock market telling us? JP Morgan continuing to sell. Down 1% on the tape, looking like a pretty nasty potential head and shoulders, or at the very minimum, this H pattern chart playing out on JP Morgan. Lowercase h, looking to test this wick low around that 294 zone. Take us down, Russell, Russell, Russell. I know someone was asking about call options on the Russell yesterday, and I said wait for that retrace. Well, you're getting that retrace today. And honestly, the way the Russell's failing at a little bit of a breakout here, filling the gap and failing at that gap, I don't know, we could be heading down to the low of this channel. Look at that break of that trend line. That is a filthy breakdown on the IWM, guys. That is a filthy little 10-minute break. If this trend line holds and breaks, that is nasty. SPY getting heavier. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Google still holding 229.80. Not really selling off. Come on, ONDS. Take us back down to that Tuesday pre-market low. Take us right back down to sub $5. ONDS looking real heavy here. Head and Shoulders has triggered on your 15, 20, and hourly chart. And ONDS, new low of day. Let's go, ONDS. Sell it. Take it down. IWM, puts are printing. Puts are absolutely printing. Ayo. Oof. Here we go. Ayo. Are they going to take out the lows of the session? It looks like they're going to at least try on the Russell. The Russell's getting hot and heavy. It's getting real hot and heavy. Pretty decent bounce starting. Can they save the IWM on the hourly chart? We will find out momentarily. Google's starting to lose a little bit of momentum on the 10-minute chart. A little bit of momentum. Seeing some sell side pressure. Gold is just a one-way freight train to the upside. Beast mode. Alright, so that is...
But you still run away, break cars, save the day, restart. Be the way so dark, can't you see what's going on? You just lie so long, can't deny you're wrong. Feeling I all gone, I just wanna go alone. I'm just trying to prove that I'm the best. I don't do it for the money, for the cause, or for the chest. I got way too many people trying to put me through the test. I'm just feeling really good about myself without the rest. What you saying, what you saying, what you feeling? Coming back home slowly. What you saying, what you saying, what you feeling? So baby, let me know how I lost control. But you still run away, break cars, save the day, restart. Be the way so dark, can't you see what's going on? You just lie so long, can't deny you're wrong. Feeling I all gone, I just wanna go alone. I'm just trying to prove that I'm the best. I don't do it for the money, for the cause, or for the chest. I got way too many people trying to put me through the test. I'm just feeling really good about myself without the rest. What you saying, what you saying, what you feeling? Coming back home slowly. What you saying, what you saying, what you feeling? So baby, let me know how I lost control.
Used to tell me that we were pieces of each other. I could never be anything without you, love. I really hate to see how quick it seems you're breaking down, but I'm fine. Yeah. Boy, I didn't need all of these stray bags to carry. Just couldn't believe a lifelong assault on every what I could achieve. Could've climbed much higher all this whole time. Oh, feel it on my own, heal it on my own, chill it on my own.
Alright guys, Power Hour is commencing here. 2 minutes already into it. We are seeing the S&P still managing to hold above that prior day high, which is technically bullish support. You can see Nvidia seeing a little bit of volume trends. I did enter Nvidia 170 calls October 3rd. We're looking for a rinse and repeat of this trade that we took yesterday. So we bought Nvidia down to lows, rode the 170 calls up, trimmed some yesterday, trimmed all of it today at the highs. Nvidia has now done a beautiful retrace of this whole entire move. So if we throw up that Fibonacci retrace from the bottom to the top, we're retracing that 618. So we just bought Nvidia calls right at that 618 retrace zone, sensing that there's a little bit of a near-term bottom. And if this trade starts to press, we can just start to move break even stops in place. Couple key observations that I am observing. GDX briefly went negative, which is telling me one thing. Miners are getting a little extended here, and gold should potentially start to sell off, or at least get some profit takers in the mix. They're probably only going to sell gold off in the futures market, but definitely putting in a little bit of an intraday bear flag, still strong as ever. Google still holding the majority of its gains near the highs of its chart, acting very well. Tesla did come in quite a bit off of its highs, so giving up a majority of its gains. You have Meta that's kind of just been floundering around, trying to form this bit of a wedge pattern that looks poised to give us a little bit of a near-term breakout. You did have Amazon turn negative on the session. You also had Microsoft turn negative on the session. JP Morgan's been pretty much weak all session long. We did take profits on our free trade idea on AEO. When AEO is breaking out here to the high side, I trimmed about 20% profit. AEO has earnings after the bell, so anything that you are holding is considered a bit of a lotto trade. That's why I wanted to do a little bit of de-risking, pulling some profit off the table in the event that it drops. Obviously, we still have time on those $15 calls, which is time is your best friend, but nevertheless, de-risking a touch of AEO calls, and I'm still riding the majority of the position into earnings, but we never know what is going to happen. ONDS, that has finally started to give up the goods. Obviously, we are short common shares. ONDS, my average is sitting right at that point of control, 569. So I'm nicely up on the trade. I'm up on the trade right now about just over 10% on the common shares short. So that's a beautiful member trade. Good thing if you've taken that short with us. We've kind of been pounding the table on it numerous times. It's taken a little bit longer than most anticipated, but a nice breakdown today, triggering that head and shoulders clear as day. You are hitting a little bit of support, but I still think that there's going to be these two downside gaps to be filled. You have some value area lows down here, and then you also have your symmetrical move and bear pattern target a little bit lower. So I'm still pressing this one a little bit lower into the ground. What else do we have on the tape? Let's see. Nat gas has remained firm, but a lot of nat gas equity stocks. So really good job exiting our AR calls at the high today. Those were one of our first trims on the swing trade side at the open. So we completely sold our AR $32 calls because they're expiring into the week. I still hold nat gas positions in the equity market. We've already pulled quite a bit of profit. Nat gas still up 2% on the session. CRM is also going to be an interesting reporter after the bell today. CRM has been pretty much strong all session long, and right now it's going into its earnings just sitting right below that 50-day moving average. I think they're going to gap CRM up. Bitcoin and crypto have been staying relatively strong on the tape. Crude oil has really taken on the chin today, so WTI crude under quite a bit of pressure. A little bit of a bearish engulfing candle can be observed. Open Door Technologies was positive in the early morning session and got faded throughout the rest of the tape as the markets gave up some of their goods. IWM has triggered a bit of a bearish formation. A 10-minute head and shoulders can be observed on the Russell 2000. You have triggered it and confirmed it on the 10-minute chart. Just a short-term trigger on the 20-minute chart. And really, you've broken this key trend line on your intraday price action, but you haven't confirmed the break on your hourly chart pattern. But IWM looking a little bit weaker than the NASDAQ and S&P 500 stocks. IWM right now down 0.42% or $1 on the session. Yields are soft. VIX down 2%. S&P came very close to going negative, but managed to hold on to its gains. Big bounce today in Kraft Heinz ketchup. Someone asked about taking calls yesterday, and they should have. I hope you didn't listen to me. I'm not always right, but what a bounce in Kraft Heinz ketchup, up 3% on the tape. Nice move. I'm still very impressed with how copper stocks have reacted. You look at a name like SCCO, breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders on some smaller time frames, and then obviously has that much larger pattern. I still remain bullish copper stocks, which is why I'm holding common shares long. Look at FCX, an even more powerful chart to the upside, looking very good in the near term. Right now we do have the Russell starting to come in a little bit more. Let's see how Google's cooperating. Will they dump this S&P 500 negative in the final few minutes here of trading? Google remaining firm, sitting right on that PDH. We do have a value area low here on SPY, which is a pierce of that gap fill. Dixie quietly moving up. ONDS retesting that Tuesday pre-market low. So if you go to that intraday price action, this is why it's important to locate key pivot zones in the market, because take a look at that big knife down and then they pumped it up. But we're retesting that main pivot low from Tuesday pre-market action. when there was a bloodbath in Wall Street, and before the market opened, they pushed it all the way up, took it extremely positive, and have just been selling into it ever since. IWM curling to the downside. S&P getting a little bit heavier here. Just a little bit heavier. Nvidia is starting to come in just a touch. Microsoft still down 0.5%, Nvidia down 0.8, Amazon down 0.3, IWM down 0.53, S&P 500 just barely positive on the tape, holding on for dear life. IWM hurling down, 233 puts are still printing in the money. I like it a lot. All right, SPY still trying to hold steady here. Nvidia coming in a little bit. IWM still curling slightly lower. What choppy price action in Palantir? I mean, Palantir was down, it was up, and now it's down again. I mean, this is not healthy price action. This is telling me that big boys taking up in the morning and then bigger boys selling it in the afternoon. I mean, what a chop and slop fest in Palantir. That is clear and filthy, nasty distribution. Palantir does want to go lower. It was looking so strong and just got absolutely dumped on. That is a nasty, nasty intraday chart for PLTR. Wow. Freaking the range on that. Look at that. Up and down. I mean, 5% rally. Oh my goodness. And then a 4.8% fall. That's crazy. PLTR getting put through the ringer here. IWM still weak. Still pretty weak. QQQ hanging on. SPY hanging on by a thread. GDX. Look at GDX coming in hot, guys. GDX is coming in hot. Do we have a final top in gold? Potentially, we might have a final topping formation in gold starting, especially if GDX starts selling. If GDX ends the week with a weekly topping tail, that would be pretty epic. But it's now negative and gold is still firm. A little bit of key insights. Potentially, miners are telling us that gold squeeze is over in the short term. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, Google's still remaining firm. Gold coming in off of a little bit of an H pattern on the 15-minute chart. S&P. Maybe this is where stocks will want to rally as gold falls. There's been a lot of liquidity flowing into gold as people move some capital out of tech into the precious metals. And we'll see if some of that capital wants to flow back into equities. Gold starting to get heavier, ladies and gents. Gold triggering that H pattern. GDX looking a little bit worse. How's crypto doing? Crypto's acting okay still. Holding majority of its gains. Bitcoin holding steady. Google still a beast. Microsoft curling. Apple still very strong. Gold coming in a little bit hotter now, guys. Remember, gold still has quite a bit of time left in the session than the equity markets. It's got an hour and 36 minutes until the daily candle. So an extra hour of trading for gold. Oh, it's been a good session, guys. We made money live day trading. Macy's, IWM. And that is the main thing. Another successful day here on the live stream. It's not always wins, but we do our best. All right, markets are just pinned here, tagging a key resistance trend line. Gold selling off a little bit harder now. So gold is coming into its pre-market high retest, 35.61.90 on GOLD. You see, once this asset tops, there's going to be a big decline. I'm talking like 5% down on gold. Quickly, in quick fashion. Imagine they take it negative in the next hour and a half. That would be crazy, right? I've seen it. I've seen it. It looked like today was a bit of a blow off top into that monthly chart resistance. Don't get me wrong, people are still going to be trying to buy this asset up in full force off of the dips, and there will be a big bounce again in gold. But it's stretched. It is stretched. The big thing that I want to see is, can gold close the week above this high pivot? That's, I think, the main thing that everyone will be watching. Look at the volume over the last few days on GLD. It's been crazy. Absolutely crazy. Crazy impressive, to be honest. Very extraordinary price action. S&P 500 back above 641, trying to curl to the upside. They are now selling gold full force. Tomorrow it's another jam-packed day of economic data. We have a lot tomorrow, a lot of market moving influencers that could impact the dollar, could impact yields. We got ADP non-farm employment change at 8:15. Then we got initial job loss claims at 8:30. Then we got some trade balance at 8:30. Unit labor cost 8:30. Then there's a little bit of Canadian export-import data. Then at 9:30, you have the S&P composite PMI. You have services PMI. You have manufacturing PMI. Non-manufacturing PMI at 10. There's a lot. Nat gas storage, 8 and 4 week bill auction. Crude oil inventories tomorrow is a jam-packed. And then you get to the afternoon, 12 o'clock. FOMC Fed member Williams speaks. Then 1 o'clock, Atlanta Fed GDP for Q3. Then you got the Fed balance sheet. So there's a lot of data points tomorrow, guys. A lot of data points. And JOLTS data today was pretty weak, not showing strength. We will see if we're in a stage where employment data is starting to break down. We could be entering a little bit of a market shift. All right, so the S&P is trying to curl up, but I do have the IWM trying to fall a little bit, curling down. Final 30 minutes here in the tape. Just give me a sec, guys. So you're still seeing the S&P trying to curl up. Is the SPX going to close above the 20-day moving average? I'm watching that closely. Right now, it is slightly below that 20-day. Slightly below. It's about $3 below. We close below that. That's technically bearish. We get above that, it's technically bullish. But sandwich between the 7 and 20, they're certainly not making it easy to tell which direction. But realistically, the safe answer to trade these indices is a move above the 7-day moving average takes you to new all-time highs. A close below that 20-day moving average takes us back down to the 50 moving average. It's kind of what I'm expecting. That's exactly what I'm expecting. Nvidia, can we get back to 170 today? Nvidia trying to make a run into the end of the session, lifting this market higher. Come on, push it, push it, push it, push it. Big spy push, big punching through. Soundhound today got clobbered, down 5.1% for Soundhound. Open is back to the green side. STI up 99%. Remarkable. Big push, 3-bar surge, 5-minute time frame. Squeeze it, Nvidia, squeeze it. All right, S&P 500 trying to firm up here late into the close, gaining some momentum. Back down she goes. Dow Jones Transport not looking good, below its 20-day, sloping in a bit of a downtrend. XRT getting slightly rejected off of its 7-day, but holding above the 20. Regional banks right now still just backing and filling, consolidating. XLB Materials are down on the tape. They are below its 7-day, looking to tag its 20-day. XLC, what a breakout today on the daily chart for XLC. Another new high for communication stocks on the back of Google. Energy today getting absolutely smoked. Burning. Financials today pretty weak on the session, but just a little bit off of the lows. Also starting to lose that 7-day for 2 consecutive daily candle closes. We have, look how nasty industrials are. Industrials showing disgusting relative weakness today on nasty weakness below the 50-day moving average for XLI, one of your weaker sectors. XLK just hanging on by a thread, also below the 7 and 20, just hanging on to that 50-day moving average for dear life. Staple stocks have been under immense pressure, trying to find a little bit of a bottom here in the near term, but consolidating bearishly. We'll see if it can float back up to the high of the range. XLRE, real estate, below all of the key moving averages. It looks like real estate wants to retest this gap fill around appears so $41. But big push in the S&P 500 here. Really solid push here into the close. Utilities underneath the 50. Healthcare still consolidating. I think healthcare is still looking more constructive. And consumer discretionary right now just sandwiched between the 7 and 20. What is pushing this market right now but S&P 500 looking pretty firm. Looking pretty firm. Final 22 minutes in the tape. S&P 500 still trying to get going here late into the session, trying to get that 0 DTE pump that we are all accustomed to. Let's see how GDX is responding. Bouncing a little bit. Gold still looking slightly heavy here, but still up 0.88% on the tape. Still a good day for gold. We're definitely looking a little bit choppy. Macy's trying to grind to the upside. Google still just chopping sideways in a holding pattern. MDB trying to form a bit of a higher low. UNH came under pressure today. It was looking so constructive, and then they just took it down. Clorox very strong today. Hims is also very strong today. Did Oscar hold its gains? Yeah, look at Oscar breaking out new highs of the session, up 7.73%. Monster breakout candle for Oscar. How's J&J doing? J&J right now is still consolidating at the high. Let's look at Coca-Cola. Coke, nice bottoming tail on Coke today. That could be the near-term low for Coke. Recapturing that daily 200 moving average like a boss. Here's ONDS going for new lows on the session, guys. ONDS selling off here. Just briefly made a new low there. Come on. Go lower, ONDS. Again, the big one after the bell is CRM. CRM, Marvell getting smoked again today. S&P 500 still trending quite well here. Very good price action for the S&P. Nvidia trying to do a little bit of a trend. Bum, 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 bum. Rivian still up 4%, NIO down 4.5%. Snapchat sucking on the session was green and now it's red. STII up 120%. Wow, amazing. Pretty crazy price action. Alright, big squeeze into the close here. It does look like the S&P is breaking out of that channel. Trying to push here. Next resistance is kind of at your point of control, downsloping trend line. pretty decent push in the S&P. Hey Jack, yes, I am still holding ONDS short. That has been a gift that keeps on giving. I'm up over 10% on my shares short. So you can see we are into a little bit of support. There's this Tuesday pre-market low wick down where we had a big fall in the pre-market and they rallied it up here on this session, negated that whole entire bearish move, and then they've sold into it ever since. You filled a little bit of a minor gap. There's still another gap down here, but ultimately, I mean, this stock could bounce a little bit, but I still think we're going to go to the symmetrical move. I have a feeling they're going to probably try to gap it down tomorrow. That's just my 2 cents of it, but nevertheless, I'm still short, and I've been pounding the table on that one. But a good decline today, down 7%. But your symmetrical move puts you between 470 and then this head and shoulders pattern on the 20-minute, 30-minute chart takes us down to this 447. And then honestly, the really bigger target is around sub $4. But hopefully you made money on that one. That one's been a nice one for us to trade. And honestly, ONDS, I've said this a number of times, this is playing out exactly how we traded open. You know, we shorted open from this decline, wrote it down. I had $5 puts, I had $4 puts. And notice it's pretty much doing the exact same thing. It's really the same priced equity as well in that $5 range. So I think ONDS is kind of doing the very similar structure to what Open did for us. And remember, ONDS is what, a highly speculative drone aero defense company relying on government contracts. And granted, it's likely going to get more contracts. It was yielding a what, a 1.5 billion market cap on 6 or 7 million in revenue. Just a complete and utter dumpster fire stock that's burning through cash. It's not profitable. Its PE is just well to the extreme. Can it have a bright future, say within 10 years? Maybe. That depends on really the competitors in the market. You know, could they get bought out by a bigger company? Yeah, there's always that risk as well. But just understand the company's fundamentals are dog shit. Literally dog shit right now. Like, I can't believe how some of our stocks move on such forward hype and expectations. They have absolutely minimal revenue. Minimal. And honestly, the competition I think is going to be fierce in this market. Fierce. You know, for, like, their market cap is what, what is it right now? Still over $1 billion. Which in my eyes is still crazy. Yeah, 1.37 billion. Wipe away another 370 million, and then we can talk about maybe it being somewhat of a little bit better price. But even at $1 billion, the company's still absolutely overvalued in my opinion. And honestly, from my perspective, like, sure, they may have some in-house infrastructure products that they're building and developing, but I don't know, for like RTX or Lockheed or someone to throw, you know, several hundred million into developing their own in-house drone tech, and they already have tech, I just think there's going to be a lot of competition for this company. All right, just give us a nice red bar, wide range red bar down, ONDS. Give it to us. Give it to us. All right, so NVIDIA's still trying to perk up here. Remember, we have CRM earnings after the bell. We also have AEO. What else do we have here? Next, AI, C3 AI. That'll be an interesting one. Dollar Tree, no, that was already done. There's new lows for ONDS. New lows for ONDS, guys. S&P 500 is now tagging some resistance. I repeat, the S&P is tagging resistance. Volume point of control, downsloping trend line. This S&P 500 chart is shaping up for a bullish inverse head and shoulders now. It really, really is. If this can break out of this, this isn't the technical breakout neckline, but your neckline would be from here. But I think that they're probably going to try tomorrow. And remember, we have a ton of economic data tomorrow, all layered in throughout the morning, 8:15, 8:30. But your inverse head and shoulders off of the S&P chart here would be a breakout of this 643.60 zone. Look at them squeeze SPY. They are squeezing it. IWM is getting a squeeze. S&P is getting a squeeze. NVIDIA. Google's got a little bit of top wicks to it. Tesla's still doing well. Look at that pump on NVIDIA. Our 170 calls. That's why the frickin' position changed so much. Jeez. Didn't even have time to react. But 170 calls for NVIDIA did go in the money there for us. But I never ever took a trim. It was too quick. It was too quick. But I don't mind that wick high spike. Literally just happened 30 seconds ago. S&P 500 still trying to bounce. Do, 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 do. Look at them squeeze SPY. They're trying to squeeze it. IWM is squeezing. SPY is squeezing. Big push. Yeah, I'm up about 11.5% on my ONDS short. SPY is punching through, going to test that opening range high. SPY is in beast mode. Final 7 minutes here in the tape. So it's a really bullish move for SPY back into the close, looking for that OR high. Nice reversal to the upside. Our NVIDIA 170 calls are back in the money. Gold still under a bit of pressure. GDX catching a bid with the market. ONDS still near the dead lows of the session, going and making new lows. New lows, ONDS. Give it to us. Give it to us. See how open is doing. That's getting a nice squeeze into the close. Macy's trying to squeeze into the close. Google catching a nice bid. NVIDIA is printing. Look at that S&P 500 ripping. Rip, 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 rip. Remember the larger time frame? S&P 500 still in a bullish trend. We flip to that daily chart. Yep, CRM earnings. That's right, Surfers. CRM earnings. Look at the S&P 500. SPX closing above that 20-day moving average unless there's some crazy down move in the last few minutes here. S&P 500 is trying to maintain and hold bullish structures. So very impressive price action and recovery by the bulls into the close. They were rope and doping the bulls and bears all day long, and finally, they push it up, catching a really big bid here into the close for S&P 500. Very strong. ONDS, new lows on the day, testing 501. Can they take it sub $5 here into the close for ONDS? I think they want it. I think they want it. Take us, sub $5. Take us. Take us, ONDS. Volume getting big on the sell side. Stock is falling as the market's going up. What is that telling us? Hopefully they tell us that they gap it down tomorrow. Sell it under $5, ONDS. Take us down. Wow, look at the tail on Google. What an absolute filthy drop and then pop. Oh my goodness gracious me. How does anyone even trade that? Boom, boom. That was filthy, guys. That was crazy. Crazy. NVIDIA is still trying to print here. Microsoft hanging in there. AMD, big squeeze on AMD into the close. A little bit of wicking price action there for Apple. Amazon up and down. How's Meta doing? Meta staying fairly wicky. Oh my god, look at what they did to Tesla into the close. That is filthy. Nasty little bar down on Tesla. Oh, just when Tesla tries to get momentum, they sell it. Look at Nvidia pumping here into the close. Pump it, Nvidia. 170 calls. Nicely in the money, guys. And we got a lot of time for it to even push higher. Where I'd look for a sell on Nvidia is back to these highs. Just chopping the range. We're just range bound now on Nvidia. Nvidia is going to be chopping right underneath this earnings low and forming this interesting range. This is a range, this is a tradable range on Nvidia of about 2.8 to 3%. It's about a 3% range now that Nvidia. Until Nvidia breaks above that earnings low, we can short that area and go long off the bottom of the range. S&P 500 still squeezing. My oh my, they are nasty to the bears. They are printing the bulls. You also have American Eagle earnings in the after hours. I do have some lotto upside calls for American Eagle, so we will certainly see what happens there. Nevertheless, good day trading today. A lot of chop, a lot of slop. Alright guys, that is the market close. Thank you all for tuning in. We will do this all again tomorrow. Tomorrow, I cannot stress, there's a ton of economic data that we all need to be mindful of. There is a lot. So just be aware, a lot of interest rate and dollar volatility tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But it's a great day trading today, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later, guys. Cheers, everyone.